Jumpy! Hello, are you ready? I haven't played this game in forever, but I'm about to finish the first game. The last part of this is the first game, and then we can start the second game. Then eventually we'll start the other trilogy. Oh jeez. But yeah, see, I mean, the case looks really cool. I knew I should have waited when she said it was a Vita game too. I was like, maybe I should ask Jumpy, but then I just bought it. I impulsively was like, oh, this looks cool. I also decided to get Edge of Eternity, which was the turn-based game that I wasn't going to get because of all the games coming out, but then I saw a trailer while I was at GameStop and it looks really good. And I was like, fuck, guess we're getting that. I will do it if it's any more games like that. They had a couple. Like, all of a sudden they had a whole bunch of like JRPG stuff and I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'll give it a go. We'll see how it goes. Oh, we're gonna do this now. Finish this stupid case so that I can finish the first game and work on the second one. It's only taken me months. Oh, okay. I don't know if Switch has that. I mean, it probably does if it's built into the game itself. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. You never crashed on me? That's good. That's always a good thing. It sounds very Saw-esque just from the description. The description is you're a cop, and a bad guy left you with a souvenir, a poisonous collar. And it just sounds fucking Saw. And then I looked up the reviews to see what the gameplay was, and it was like, this is a dating sim, and I was like, what the fuck? I was expecting visual novel, I was not quite expecting dating sim, but that's fine. Kenny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Saw-esque. Zero Escape is on my list, by the way. It is on there. What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so odd for the likes of me? What? Oh, you saw it? That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? What was this case about? I know, but I expected it to be like this kind of visual novel. Or like 13 Sentinels, kind of. Okay, well 13 Sentinels kind of was a dating sim, I'll give it that. But I expected it to be like this, okay? Like where it's just like solving crime. Like Judgment, but without any of the action combat. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. Well, what was the last thing that happened? Because I don't remember. Can I look at my stuff? Hold on, lady. It's been a while. Blood samples. We had all the blood samples. We proved that his blood. Okay, we proved that his blood was on it. Okay. His testimony is coming up, right? That's what happened. Because we're like, your blood was on it. His testimony should be there. Okay. That's shitty racist. That happens a lot. Okay. I feel like we've got this, mostly.
You do have muscles. Stop saying that.
You're on camera.
I know.
My man ate a lot of fries. That's true. That did happen.
Now, Brute, I'm the milkman.
The milkman? I love you. Pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Oh, Ginny, I know you're innocent. Of course I can. Should I do it? I did show him the alert thing. But you can do it. I actually need to check the volume because now that this game is louder, my alerts might not be loud enough. You can do any of the alerts you want. They're probably still gonna give me a fucking heart attack. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris?
For real? Means what happened yesterday.
So that one didn't scare me.
For real?
It's a decent volume, okay.
For real?
For real? For real? For real? Thank you for the raid. You love it. We all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. Game is drowning it out now. I can still hear it though. I can always turn it up later. But like, the other game is so quiet that it was so loud. But I could still hear it. So that I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 201. To Windabeg's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Want a walkie-talkie in the next room? You can always turn it up. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. Well, that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it Ludwig Windabeg for safekeeping. Yeah, I got what you meant. At least that's what I thought at the time. You broke into Windabeg's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was as dark as you like in there. I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Manuscript. Did Sholmes leave a load of paper with you? A story? Beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I want to see it's here. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. End of the basilisk. For pity's sake. Stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. Did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, and there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. With that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. It is manuscript. It's definitely manuscript. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears to the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Telescript. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet. Lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Windibank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. Yeah, that happens. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Probably the first dead body she's actually seen. That must have been when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Ruder's about to put the real culprit through the mill. I love your confidence in me. That call was there in the afternoon. That Egad Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. It was that he was there that night. Yeah, I figured. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Alright, the better hopes. Jesus. Mr. Narado. Narado. I do appreciate the way she says his name. I don't know why. Narado. She tries so hard. Yes. He doesn't even correct her. I love it. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog-trotter off of him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, who was prepared to defend me. #1 boyfriend, Kazuma! I miss him so much already. Language Ren's game. My best friend. What do you mean your boyfriend? Shut up. God, I miss Kazuma. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. I'm pretty sure she already knows them. She seems like the kind of person who knows them more than Ryunosuke does. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. So it's pretty gay, bro. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I keep wanting to say Mr. I don't know why. I know that. That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Narado. I am... Oh, shoot. Baby's crying! Oh no! Oh no, Gina! No, shut up, Bailiff. We have to hug this girl. I trust her. She's so cute. Gotta hug the baby. Okay. Okay. Look at her dead eyes. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is at last the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Suzato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too. Partner. You're so gay in this game. Oh, I love it though. God, it's been too long since I played this, and I don't remember half of what was happening, but we're fine. We got this. Don't need to remember 90% of the court case. I'll bet call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station, where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's thesis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet— Oh yeah! There was another bullet in, Holmes's thing. It's coming back to me. I'm remembering the fucking plot of the game. Yes, can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument... Leave me alone! Shush! Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm not comfortable, so I'm gonna change clothes. Hold on. was more comfortable. My hip was bothering me. I'm wearing pants too long today, and my hip was like, no, no. Okay. Cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Thank you. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. I love how you mentioned that I can't do his... Well, I guess I can. Iris's and Holmes' accents don't change. I don't know what accent I want to do for Menzooks. It's whatever the mood is. My lord, the subpoenaed witness just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Give his head dry. Well, it's your real name, because it's gonna be something stupid, I know. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. I don't know what accent I gave this man before, but whatever. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon. Ash, that's not the name I expected! What is this name and why is it so normal? How did my man get those chips? Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by a court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Buddy, I have your blood. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Bitch, stop. Ugh. Please, can we not do the motions? I don't want to see it. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? He probably was. Maybe. I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. It depends on what media. Most of them, they're not friends because witches can control vampires. But there's some where they're friends. There's some where they're even, like, related. Like, the originals, their mother was a witch and turned them into vampires. So, it all depends. Whenever I've written them, they've been friends, but that's me. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh, how long am I expected to be detained here? Until I question you. If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed. So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Rainiski Naruto, defense lawyer. We have met. please. Stop it. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchante. I fucking hate this man. Make him stop existing. So. What the fuck? Excuse me? What? I'm gonna crumple your hat up. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Just look him dead in the eyes. Ryunosuke, look him dead in the eyes. You put your hand on both sides and just, wah, like an accordion. Just smash his hat. I want you to look him dead in the eyes while you do it. Here we go.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you—
Objection!
Bitch! The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Speaking of pawns, yes. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away? This could be tricky.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. It's a farce! Stop! The formidable foe, whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway. Well, needless to say. That I'm gonna punch you?
Hold it!
Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that.
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, oh no. But you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation is with you to prove your assertion. God, Jesus, your accent hurts me. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. I don't know why I looked at you guys like it matters. Kelly! He's doing the thing! I bought this for you so you can play with the cat. He's doing the thing. Come look. Stop. Come on, Bear. Okay, let him have space. Go sit in the doorway. seems I can get him doing it again. Oh, there we go. Every time you come to watch him, he stops. Get it, Beard. Get the feather. Get the feather. Are you done?
Not yet.
I think he's done. Just let it be. If he wants it, he'll play with it on his own.
Hold it!
Nope, he's done. He's done. Ah, don't chase him with it. This is so cruel.
He's doing it.
No, he's done. He's done. Jelly, don't chase him. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified this substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? The disc thing! It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholm's chemical is able to differ. Spare me the science lesson. Baby, if he's in there, no play. Come on. Chase him in there. Baby, if he wants to play, he'll come play. I wanted you to watch, not pester him with it. Who is the Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. Still, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Don't call me out, okay? He needs to work through some issues. He'll get there to great. The great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Right.
Hello?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What, me? No, your brother. No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Yeah, she wanted to buy him a feather to play with, and I left it on the table, and he started playing with it. All on his little own. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I gotta tell— Not you! Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Eh? Blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. What? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'd open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? The bullet wound! Come on. Reinusuke, the bullet hit him. Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and you... Oh, spells! There you go, buddy! You just gave it away! Thank you! Yay for you! You gave us what we needed. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. Oh, I love when he gets the cocky smirk on his face where he's like, I've got this. Look at me. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. You're holding your arm. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. harsh! We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. But I have the disc, would that count? And as I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with that pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing to do whatsoever with Mr. Windibake's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. He's just loving that feather. Doesn't need anyone playing with him, he's just going for it.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokeries. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Is that right?
He was there too.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Don't chase him with it. Just let it be. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokeries that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Harley installed in Windibake's? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has to be giving himself away. The complete opposite of Harley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibake's. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Okay. Can I just pull it out? I don't think I want to pull it out here. Can I do it to this one? I feel like it would be that one. But I always get it like 1 inch off of what I'm supposed to be doing. But if you look at this, I don't. Oh gosh, nope. Nope. I was trying to look at it. My bad. I wasn't trying to present. I was trying to look at it. I know the buttons to this game. I promise. Do it again. I wanted to look at it. There we go. God. I'm used to X being the present thing. This is the bullet. Bullet is gonna tell us anything. I'm pretty sure it's the disc. Gotta be that disc. I just don't know if that's exactly where I need to turn it in.
Objection!
It is! Every time the music stops, it's normally the right choice. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, this afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you were mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of its skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also. Thank you for the look, Ash! But gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch, consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. The fuck, is this a game to you? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. You're trying to say. It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you owned out of pawn? But you didn't. It was McGilded's. It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the courts everything you know about this disc now. You wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Except the blood on the disc matched the blood on the wall where you got shot, fucko. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get there. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord. Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in this courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the discs were placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at the Windibanks. Funny that Mr. Grayton here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hand on Mr. McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, communications officers such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbroker's trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, Warren McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music. Cool. First met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. The disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pockets of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Mr. McGilded had threatened to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Yeah, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
You're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag. That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her, that's what brought you to Windibanks. You get your hand on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. And I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place, but if you hadn't noticed at first, you wouldn't have noticed that she took it. In general. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This is the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilvert as evidence.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilder's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet they have the dark side too. Where are you going with this, Funzeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? It's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. You broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilder's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. There was nothing of McGilder's left in the shop that night? Nothing this man might have been after? I wonder if that's really true. I don't know, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Evidence? I had it deposited. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, we need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. What do we got here? Oh, one small box. Have we used this for anything? Small box would be able to play the disc. I feel like it's gotta be the box. Yeah, because this was the box one and this was the coat. We already have the coat. Right? right? Because this would be the, yeah, one gentleman's overcoat. It was put in the 15th. This was put in April. Or the 13th of February, it's supposed to be taken out. And it never was. Because you would need the box to play the disc. Hold on, gotta save. And do I have to do it in the particular line that he says it in? Or I just do it now?
Objection!
Got quiet. The disc was deposited at Windibank's on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that. You went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Speaking of coats... Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. Shut up for a minute, bro! The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
What the heck is a petticoat? Kind of. I have a dress that's kind of a petticoat. It's kind of like a fancy lady's coat. It's usually like very tight and very tiny. But I don't know the actual definition of what it is. Sorry, my learned friend. Oh! I have like a petticoat style dress. Like it's very like, it's not very coat-like. But I don't know the best way to describe it. He used it right back at him! Oh, no sky. That's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibank's. As this second pawnbrokery's ticket proves. Got him. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Winterbrook's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had that man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? Okay. Yeah, I would say petticoat. That's kind of a hard description for me. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. A good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. That means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? The music disc box, right?
Objection!
Shut up. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. I can't do his accent, what am I doing? Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite uncontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windenbeck's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Maybe no one found it. You think of that? Maybe he got shot before he found it. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. More prints? More prints, bro! I'm gonna turn to security cameras. Ah, hell, these red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers. Vampire. Turn him into a vampire. And the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Miss Gilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves, forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on 15th April. And then here we have another print. God, he has a normal accent. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. But what if he didn't need the item? What if he just needed what was in the box? We don't even know what the I'm assuming it's that blue box with the handle, because it's a music box. You see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Can you give them to me? Let me look here. Certainly doesn't look out of place. There's gotta be something that's out of place. That I can see. Probably. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in the case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, but what if he didn't have time? Like, he could have just gotten shot and booked it out of there and not had time to steal. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Oh, come on, Ryunosuke, you could say he didn't have time. I could have just shown that he'd stolen Mr. Gillard's pawned box. Stop dancing, you fuck. I'd have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Oh my god, you can't do this to me. You can't give me 3 options game. No. I would rather see Sholmes' stuff. Can I use another piece of court evidence? What is this one about? Let's see if just anything could have been moved in this frame that would look like a box. I don't have any evidence to point it out. Trying to find where the discrepancy would be. Oh, wait, no. Those hats look different for a minute, but they're not. Has to be something different. I wish I could see. I saved. Let me do this to see if I can. Wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Oh, I don't... Let me look. Look. Okay. It definitely has to be. It's something fucking small or something. There's 6 boxes. The lamp. So hard to tell because my eyes want to say that the box has moved over an inch. But it could just be my eyes. I can't actually see anything. But I can't see how using any evidence would have helped either. Finish my analysis. Oh! I see it! I see it! My eyes are playing fucking tricks on me, guys. I see it. Which picture? I guess I would have to point it out in this picture. I knew it was the box! I thought it was the other box was moved, but then I looked back at this box. It's this box. It's right here, right? You're not gonna fuck me on this one? Granted, these two prints are almost identical. I knew I just had to, like, look away from the screen, because my brain was just like, nope. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? Don't worry, I missed it the first couple of times too because my brain really didn't want to do it. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me read it. Unbelievable. Is it? Buddy? By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. You're suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
By Jove. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? Mindless guesswork? It was your job to make sure there wasn't that discrepancy in the first place, Mr. Prosecutor. The little box was moved on the shelf in 200 years. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed, but something could have been stolen from in the box like another disc. That may be true, but... Alright. Well, this box wasn't stolen then, but doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. Can that possibly be? The crucial point is this fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box! What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. My gun replaced it. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Gotcha. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. God, this case was really long. It's still going. God, we're having a stare down while we wait. No, you don't need to be here. Go away. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while. Oh my god, how many breaks we gotta take to be hoodwinked by such a farce? Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks? This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Buddy? What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet the common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. You still can't use that as your argument to make this stop. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Then why did you go through the effort to get the disc? Well, you just contradicted yourself when you said it was yours. Oh god, not this again. Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. God dang, bro. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. We don't know what's on the music discs. There could be fucking a whole fucking testimony or something on that disc. Well, counsel? Is your argument in fact demonstratable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any way tangible way related to this case? Well, come on, you got this. What's the matter, Rudo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Jenny, could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Rudo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. Actually, no. Because her thing of perjury, you can't apply it to this case. Even if they bring her up on charges for that, it was for a previous case. It might actually fix this one. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. Oh my god. Jumpiest parallel paragraph. Jumpy. Cat's sleeping over here. You're just giving him a whole paragraph. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. You wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Okay. Sure. Would you like to say hi? He moved his head. Come here. Jumpy wants to see you. Come on, big baby. Come here. Come here. Well, stop wiggling so much. Come here. Have you been, Bear? Oh. Yeah. Move the mic closer. Don't rub it. Just meow into it. Give them what they want. Your meows. Claws are digging into my legs. Gosh. So talkative. So talkative, huh? I got you. Put your legs down. I've got you. So furry. Everywhere. Are you content now, Jumpy? Oh, cat hair everywhere. The articles that Mr. McGilder had deposited in Winterbanks. You got your kitty time. That was your kitty time. I'll give him pets though. You knocked over my water. I need my water back, bro. Okay. Put my mic back where it goes. Oh no, buttons. Okay. Are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. I miss Barbarian times per stream. That's too many. That fucking cat fur everywhere now. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped me to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. Gina, you were threatened. Certainly that has to bear something on this. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again. The same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps. My Nipponese friend. Efficiency learned. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. Oh god, an old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. It probably was 2 months ago when I did this. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. I thought I was gonna finish this today, but likely not. We were playing 4 months ago. I played a little bit ago too. It hasn't been a full 4 months since I at least started this case. So Gina's has taken a while. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus mother itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? Oh, yeah. God, it's been a while. I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully held information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Jimmy, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Also, she was threatened. I feel like that has something to do with her not being in trouble for the lying part because she was threatened. And he was around her the whole time. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we've been hitherto aware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it, then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from above my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Alright, so she can leave the poor girl alone. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Gadget's trial. Sounds very much to me as the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, this witness, and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. She didn't do anything wrong, the poor girl. Actually, it's also Naruto's job to prove that his person is innocent, even if they aren't. So he was doing his job. You're wrong, the lot of you, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there. He didn't know nothing about it. It's not her fault, though. She was threatened. Actually, no. If I remember right, she wasn't threatened. He threatened all the kids that she takes care of, because she takes care of other kids her age, so that they don't have to steal either. So, he threatened innocent children to keep her from telling the truth. So, it was McGilden's fault. Really expected to believe that? Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, he made sure, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilden's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Learned student friend? What? Why did you change it to that? Wait. He said student friend and not Nipponese friend. Did I just earn respect? What happened? I blinked and almost missed it. Hold on, I'll be right back. I need to... He's still playing that. adorable and I love you. I like that you're doing that. I just can't believe. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may be well worth hearing. Yep.
My towel.
Sorry, I needed a smaller towel. I didn't want to use a big one.
Big one.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Wani, Mr. Naruto. He does it when she's not watching. Shh, just watch.
Hold it!
I see.
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly. In the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed, Mr. McGill, that it was the sole passenger, did you not?
No.
False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Don't chase him. When he's done, Jelly. Are Miss Gilded and the victim's acquaintance? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about?
Oh, something else.
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
No, they're talking about who's buying and who's not.
I love you. Perhaps business dealings of some kind? Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
You have to jump and use your tail to whip.
Oh, so it's like Ori. I need to do that in Ori.
You gotta jump here, jump off the wall, whip the thing, catch it so you can swing and then let go and just swing.
Yep.
That's a little bit
Come on
tricky.
out, Jelly. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the code lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but Mr. McGill had picked it up pretty smartish, and then he sat on the cove with a knife in its belly upon the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I've seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. And then he started asking me loaded questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. After a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and Miss Gilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Okay. Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
Go eat some
They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
I still got some secret.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
No.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beepo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
I love that his back is turned to her, the other guy. That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind while he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbroker's. Oh. We'll have to go do that. Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. The driver looked pretty happy when Mr. McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Hooties.
Hold it!
Threatened you? How exactly? Told me I'd only be able to describe her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Well, it went English that time. The accent's all over the place. Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug. To stop it from being forfeited. How is that? You're gonna break that. That's not how you work out. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. Okay, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. Mr. McGilda had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Edie's really putting her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once the trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? You take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Play this game and read that shit. I had
So I guess I just press again and then hope. Just wait until a symbol pops up. I wonder if you could just pursue them at any time. If you have to wait. just watching these two symbols to see if anything changes. I might just have to pursue it without a change to it, but usually there's something will pop up when you're supposed to do it.
Hold it! Hold it!
I want to interrupt them on that line.
What? There you go.
That's the only line that I think is lit up.
Hold it!
And that one does too. I'm not exactly sure what None of that appeared, so maybe I could just interrupt them at any time? And so you could just interrupt at any time.
Hold it!
I'm just gonna try to interrupt them the first chance we get them. Something popped up, no symbols.
Now I got muscles.
Apparently, someone
Excuse me.
tried to go after McDonald's for giving her kid a toy that wasn't appropriate. Because apparently there was some middle-aged woman holding donkeys, and that was supposed to be something like.
Louisa?
Apparently, there was so much hate in those comments. Don't you fuck with Louisa? Don't you kiss my girl?
Right.
Like, and it's like, how do you not?
Comes from a kid's movie. How do you not realize?
That middle-aged, that's just rude.
She's not even middle-aged. Because I found out she's not even the oldest one.
Oh.
She's the middle child.
She's like 19 or 20.
Yeah, Isabella is the oldest.
That's still fucked up.
Right? Middle-aged.
I'm gonna come after you. I'm like, what do you mean come after me? You fucking try to sue McDonald's because they gave us a
Sue
little
Disney
toy.
first. Was your Disney first for making the
People
character?
I'm starting to agree with Thanos, just so you know.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, he's nuts.
Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Just yell at them.
Yeah, Fred, Dr. Scotch, Donkey.
You have been whispering to each other there for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Yo, mama.
Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Even Van Zeeks knows something's up. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Council. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that it would have... The accent's gone for this man.
Oh, man.
It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Megilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. God, I can't talk today. The disc
So
is
bad.
clearly
Okay.
extremely valuable in some, and then I chose to do a reading game. So that's great. Although I don't understand why as yet. 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident,
What are you eating?
the Gilded's cult and its contents were due to be forfeited.
Not me.
Didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that. You had decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited, why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilden was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
No crime.
It's not food.
Ready for this box? Hold on, boy, I'm eating. A mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued? Is this part fucking 6? This episode taking so long! It's part 4, but still. A long ass fucking trial. Oh my god. This is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Don't run with candy in your mouth. Hey.
I'm working out.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear... Excellent. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box.
Question.
Yeah, it's a music box. I knew that. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. But there had to have been something else in it, or he would have taken the whole box. Another disc? Here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilden? What? He raises a hand, you're in a courtroom! I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. He does this a lot whenever he's like really sure of himself, but at the same time not. He just raises his hand and I'm like, you are a lawyer, you don't have to do that. don't think...
Hold it!
Wait, my lord. Oh yeah, Gregson's not allowed to for some reason. The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Come with me. Do you?
It sounds incomplete. There had to be another disc. Because why would the box have been moved and not just vanish completely? Because it sounds incomplete. Certainly not what I would call music. Wait, is that Morse code? No.
I'm on this.
It's just the same note playing over and over in an irregular sequence. That's Morse code. That's definitely what Morse code sounds like.
Daddy, I got this.
Oh god, this fucko.
They never cut.
Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. Stop fucking dancing, fucko. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be. Can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. The officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Morse code. Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. No, interrupt, please. Are you ready to move on, counsel? No! Come on. Come on, buddy. It's alright, it does sound- it sounds like Morse code, buddy, come on.
Morse code.
It's going... tapping. It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see... Did they not have Morse code back then? During
No.
Sherlock Holmes times?
Well, they did send telegrams and wire.
Okay, so... How am I the only one recognizing this shit? I fail to see... I mean, it is... I still think there's a disc missing.
Misking? There's a disc misking.
I fail to see if it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. Oh great, Din stands there chortling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound because he would have been in the army or something. As if he's familiar. Yeah, no, the bad guy's communications. Gregson's an inspector, but I think he probably was an army man because most police were. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh, we're back to that.
I'm back now.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? That's what I meant, this sound. That's definitely Morse code. I just think it's missing a disc. Because the box was moved but not taken.
Sounds like old school Kid Icarus. Fuck.
I think there's a disc missing.
Yeah.
Come on, you got this, buddy. The defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music! Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Huh? Got you, fucko! I saw that face! Look at it, the smile vanished from Grayson's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. I'm so far ahead of you. I just wish you would catch up and say it. Please. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Harley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. He called us my student friend once, and I would like that back. Going back to insulting us. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, I have an idea! It will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. Don't fucking. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Wait, I don't know what I was...
Pure foolishness.
I don't know where that accent came from. They got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. I do! Go on. Bruno.
We don't talk about Runo.
I've just examined the music box. Oh no. Oh no, you can't do that to me. No. No, no, no. No. I did not realize how similar their names were. No. I'm just gonna call him Runosuke from now. It's better. I'm just examining.
Right. From now on, we don't talk about Runo.
Just examine the music box. I just got that out of my head, and I'm very mad at you right now.
Yeah. And the fact that you just went, no.
No.
We don't talk about Runo. No.
God. I've just examined the music
See,
box
this is what I'm
very
here for.
thoroughly.
This is the shit that I'm here for.
And I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris.
Rude.
That's not tickly.
Come on, buddy, come on. Use your brain. Ah! Oh, brain's working. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Oh, boy's got it. Boy knows what's happening. Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've had another sound very much like this one. This music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. The lady! The lady with the typing thing!
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Actually,
Yeah.
Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. No, it's a hidden message on a disc. I'm going to have to just press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all. No, good. I want to finish this. I've been doing this for like a month now. I want to finish this case so we can move on to the second game in this collection.
Oh God.
Then what the devil is it, Council? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box is... Wait, evidence? What? Would it be a paper? Wouldn't it be a person? Wouldn't it be a person, not a evidence? Explains the true nature.
Wait, that gramophone.
I don't have that in my evidence because it was part of the whatever they're called.
shit off. Put it away.
The paper could also be it. That's for pictures. Not for music stuff. I don't know if that... I mean, it could if you're trying to compare it. Is there one of them in this thing? Not sure what evidence you would, but I want to put the person. I mean, we could try the stereoscope and see if that connects. Or would I just use the disc? His vials that got shot. Well, number one.
I'm trying to work out.
Okay, how about you go sit down and play? That's why we stopped running in the house.
I agree with this.
Evidence that explains the true nature of the sound. Would it not be the music disc itself?
Take that!
No, the music's still playing. No, no, shut up, shut up. I get it, it was wrong. I get it. Shh, that's why I saved, okay?
Take that!
No, the music's still playing. When the music shuts off when your answer is right. So it's not that. Do I not have the evidence?
That first one.
It's a photograph of the murder victim. I want to kind of go with the 2 days paper because wouldn't that be the daily news?
Take that!
The music's still playing. A little further down the page. Welcome back, Ash. Oh, I know the person it would connect to, but for some reason it's connecting to physical evidence, which is weird.
It's funny that you'll eat these games up, but you can't stand exposition in movies.
No, because if I'm watching a movie, I just want it for the violence.
That's why I want games.
Here we go. They've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted, leaked to various other countries. And presumably, these transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. You're number 5, your input, please. There we fucking go. So I was right. If I had just gone with my first fucking instinct to put the newspaper... Why do I doubt myself so much? I knew the answer. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh my god, would you just skip ahead?
No, I'm gonna read it. We're not the run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say... Is it... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. I fucking told you! Like 20 minutes ago! But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, they're there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? This is High Treason Council, deserving of capital punishment. Yeah. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? I forgot this man existed. The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. Oh yeah, they still kill people in this time period. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. I keep forgetting the reason we're trying so hard for Gina is that if she loses the case, she dies. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Yeah, it could have been by guillotine during that time period. I think they said hanging earlier was how they would do it, though. I did think they said hanging, which was also pretty common. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Are we about to get defended? Oh my god, man stood up for me? Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Boy stood up for us. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. He even called me the defense instead of my learned friend. Delighted, I'm sure.
Charmed, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offense. How do you say that word? I've never seen that word before. Flagitious? Flagitus? That's a word that I'd never seen. Done lurking, welcome back. For which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. Flagitious. Okay, that sounds better. Flagitious. I've heard that word. I figured I mispronounced it. It's one syllable. You know what? You're talking about the learned thing, aren't you? Ignore that. The heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I was watching on YouTube, and one of the panelists that was on there, his forebearer was the last person in Great Britain to be handed the penalty of the guillotine. Oh my goodness. Buddy, I got you. Let us proceed. You may...
Hold it!
What the fuck? What? Who's interrupting now? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Learn. I mispronounced
Learn it!
I'm gonna say learn.
She didn't learn it right.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. They weren't asking for your names. Oh my god. That's right. You're what they call... The three is Skulvin he's not your brother.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Okay.
Do-do-do-do.
I got you.
You got hiccups, baby.
I got you.
What you got?
an officer can willfully steal secrets from the government? That's exactly the position of stealing secrets.
Okay. Oh no, you scare me.
They just called you out that you broke in the shop, buddy. They were like, we'll lie for murder, but we ain't gonna lie for government secret stealing. Nope, nope.
Murderers, we're not traitors.
What? What's happening? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? Oh yeah? We did, Gov, we did. Oh god, guys. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. What about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice, bros. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Even the judge doesn't believe your bullshit. Come on, buddy. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Thank you. Now I can look at it. Hold on, buddy. I gotta look at the music box. It's still. Get the inside. What is that? Oh!
No, Daddy.
What is it, Rudo?
Don't, Daddy. No.
Oh, found a secret! The bottom opens! What?
We kept it in the drawer.
Yeah, at this
It's like
point.
one of her toys or something.
I don't know. There's another movement. So there has to be another disc because the bottom opens. So does this mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? I'm the fucking smartest fucker in this fucking world. I'm so fucking smart. Told you there's a second disc. They're linked together. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the thing, and not just Welsh, but Scotland, too. Yeah. There is. Well, I discovered its secrets, but I can't do anything about it right now. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Really important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something. Stop! Oh, she's gotta say something. Let me guess. Go ahead, girl. Aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Grayson is the team leader. You get him, girl. That's fascinating. He called you out on your bullshit, bro. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idol. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, must say something. She's just calling you out, man. You gotta stop lying, because she's just gonna call all of your bluffs out, bro. Come on. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important internal communications. And he's received the top prize at the cyber cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. You just gotta stop lying. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idol. Question, oh yeah? Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut. He would really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
I love how you're gonna pull. I'm curious what you're gonna say, because I have something to say back. No. Listen. So, I have a family, and they have a specific name, and I never say it correctly. I know the correct pronunciation, but I always call them Shagahanasi, and that's not their name. And I do the same thing for Worcestershire sauce. Because I'm just like, fuck it. If I'm gonna say a word, I'm gonna say it the way I enjoy. So, no. And I think she said learned. But I don't remember, so I tried not to overly watch her stuff. But no, I have even family members who have like a specific name. And I know the way it's pronounced, and I still refuse to say it correctly. Which, to be fair, if you name your kid after a Star Wars character, I'm gonna take your last name and I'm gonna fuck with it just to fuck with you. Because your whole name is funny to me now. Because you're a Star Wars character with a weird last name. What? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Hi. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. I like saying it the way I like saying it. Just like Worcestershire. Was it music box? Ouch, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Okay, yeah, go ahead. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct notes. Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining these in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? Yeah, the dots. Worse than shit sauce. I do love using it. It has such a weird name. It sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Your assertion is fundamentally flawed. It is Morse code, it's missing a fucking disc! No! Where's this guy? Stop! It's missing a disc! What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in the future. Oh, so frustrating, isn't it? This? I mean, if the government secrets was somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. No, there's another. I literally opened the end. There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my bunny's friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Give me a minute, bro. I'm way ahead of you guys. You just gotta catch up to me. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. I do? I do. You'd better present that idea at once, Your Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? His dots and dash. This part. Open it. No, open it. I've got to present the fucking thing. Open the box! I mean, we do love Leg Man, who has given us no leg this stream. Jumpy, you haven't done the thing. Ash hasn't seen my new alert, has she? I have a new alert, and I think you're gonna like it. It's both Leg Man and other best man. I'm not gonna have a heart attack this time. I think I'm prepared for it. Oh, why not? Ash, can you host so you can hear the alert? I won't have a heart attack this time, hopefully. I did consider it! That's the issue! But I might like it! I actually need to see it. I do need to turn it up eventually because the last game I played was so quiet, but it should still be hearable. I think Ash will like the alert. It's fun. Come on. I can't host myself, okay? This is the evidence.
Got it!
It's not, oh, the game? Because the alert is not. The alert is not that long. It's like it's 16 seconds! There's a 16-second alert. See, I didn't get scared that time. There you go, Ash. John. No, it's not 89 minutes. It's good, though. It did give me a heart attack twice yesterday, but I was ready this time. I love the Kiryu Kazuma-chan. I love it. I love it so much. One day someone's gonna resub and I'm also gonna hear the Majima screaming music at the top of his lungs as well. What? No, I didn't. I didn't even realize it does that. That's so good. No. I just took like a video of they put like all of Majima's stuff together and I just recorded that and then the GIF was already there because I've been using it. So no, but that's perfect. I didn't realize it did that. That makes it even better. I'm never changing it. I'll resub when you're not streaming. No, I do want to be scared to death. Oh, I'm glad it synced up so well. Kazuma, Kiryu Kazuma-chan. My favorite one. Appears, my lord, the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Just need the disc! This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer had absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Hang on. Chocolate's really good. Though of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Oh! He didn't say Nibonese. I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing to do whatsoever with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. This is worse than cursing, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength through now. Sauce. Well, reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. I must, though. I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay. So I'm gonna go put this away real fast, and then we will continue. About my cursing? Oh. Fuck, McFuckerson from Fucktown. Oh, fuck. My cussing that Brute already knows that I do? Fuck, God, whatever will I do if you tell him that I cuss? God. What will I do? Like, oh, fuck no. Brute's not out here right now. But feel free to tell on me. I'm cool with it. He already knows I cuss. Oh god, this is taking so much longer than I thought this case would take.
Hold it!
2 months ago in an omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. But Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan culture some years ago, but people there remember little about him. It doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. In order to take it to that meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. What are you guys doing? You all look pretty chill. Okay. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. A brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer? Fuck. Feck! If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Do I have any evidence to link the two of them together? There's not any signatures on this, is there? I don't know if we have anything to prove that they're connected right now. You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. I don't think I have anything at the moment.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was popping over for a matter of years. The Rodder had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Hello? Yes?
Excuse me!
Pardon me? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? Not you, fucko, your brother. When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't even add him an even. But when he was younger, he was from a poor part of town just like us. Is that so? He was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas that would never have gone through our heads. He looks like an English bulldog, he does. Yeah, they are, I just don't not in the mood to do the Cockney accent right now. Leave it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. But it does! And neither does your fruit. Oh man, he doesn't like the fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we had done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Yeah. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will print the brothers to supplement their testimony with the detail. Yes, baby. Thank you. What am I supposed to do with it? Okay, and we'll hold the squishy ball in my lap. It's fine. Was that all they said? Oh no. Okay, so there was that one too. Okay, I don't wanna miss all of the things. I'm gonna get this before I do the last one.
Hold it!
I don't have room in my hands for all of these. So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windabank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windabank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov. We were. Right there. Is that what he told us to do? It was its plan. His plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windabanks that night? Do not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? And weren't best pleased, I can tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must have been a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model? So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his car to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties out your front door, he would leave them full again, right? So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon, Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. We just switched them over, you see? That's because it's an old phone, baby. You don't need to worry about it. Our customers empties with full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A dawdle, right?
It's not too on.
Okay, it's not going to because it's not charged. Okay. I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an armless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had it in his head. Had it in a book when he was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Or we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think about it. I'm sure the fuck not. But look at him now. He's only gone on to become a blinking communications officer, ain't he? Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Shelton's and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. Okay. All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? A negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windabanks. But the trouble is, wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded? No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be with those two brothers. Okay, so maybe we go backwards now that we have information and then press. I don't like the glare this man has. Keeps doing that beep like something's going on, but I don't feel like anything's actually going on.
Hold it!
I never did finish this one because I had the other stuff. We never finished it. See if this is it. Oh no. I don't know these men from Adam. You just used the same phrase they did. I don't know. I don't know. He used the same term they did. I don't know you from Adam. That means you're at least from the same area. Now for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery. You're slipping. He's got a fake accent then, basically, like Majima does. But his is meant to be all fancy and English and proper English. But he's probably got a Cockney accent. Well, that's blooming nice, isn't it? Your little turncoat. Fine, if that's how you want it, you too can play at that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. Come on, you gotta recognize. Yeah, he's trying to probably do like the Queen's English, the proper like Tom Hiddleston English. And stuff like that. But he's definitely probably got a Cockney accent since they've all grew up together.
Hold it!
I'm trying to just see if this changed anything. It makes the alert like it's doing it. Yeah, he's got the very proper clue. It keeps making the noise like something's going on. But it doesn't appear to tell me what's going on. Because it makes the noise like this is neat. There's something supposed to be happening. Push this one more time. It's definitely... I feel like it's that second to last one. I mean, we can talk about the name. We didn't talk about the name. Wait! He's the guy's son! Their name was important. The business name was important. Because theirs is Sculvin, and his is Milverton. His real name is Milverton. So he lied about his fucking name twice? He is the brickmaker's son. Maybe not son, but he's definitely a relative. But I would assume son. How do I jump on this? Where did the Milverton part come from? Right, I thought a clever clumsy you had worked that one out. That's his last name. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't.
Objection!
Got you now. I figured it out. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then. Doing the jumping on it. Leave him alone. Come on. Jelly, do I need to put that away?
No.
Then leave him alone. If he's under the sink, he doesn't want to play. Define it. The ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. He slips up a lot lately. Bunkum is not something a proper English dandy says. I've been Graydon since I was born. You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Oh, Van Zeeks! Hello! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Oh, can I use this as evidence? Can I use this as evidence? When he said he didn't know the brickmaker. I've got this. We got this. I know what we're doing. I know what... Shh, I've got this game. I'll try to press it first. It was the two brothers, but now we have what we need. Here we go. I'm gonna press this and see if it lets me. Or if I have to present evidence for that. I have this evidence. How do I present it? I have a link. Oh, do I just present it then? Is that what I have to do? You okay? No one's meowing. Oh. It doesn't let you present... That's the problem, is it doesn't let you present people. So maybe I have to present the thing, because I do have a piece of evidence with the brickmaker's name on it. See if I can do that.
Objection!
Mr. Ash, there we go. I did have to do that evidence. I got this. Look at this proud boy. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man whom we now understand to have been negotiating with Mythgilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Come on, we got this. Yes, I do mean to say. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really will take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. I love when they get to the point where even fucking Van Zieks is like, you're a lying piece of shit and I'm gonna help the defense. But I'm gonna be sassy about it. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilden in collaboration with your father. This case is so long. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? But you collaborate with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in the legal dealings with Magnus McGilden. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilden. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music boxes to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilden went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker's. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Winterbanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden had placed in pawn there. Armed where the bullet shot you, but that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Yes! We talked about this like an hour ago. Keep up. We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. Rather ingenious, demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was it only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. He's bleeding! He's bleeding! His wound opened back up. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. 2 nights ago, you know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbake's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet.
I see Daddy in there.
Want me to go knock? Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
It's Martini in there. It's a real.
Well, Mama can't hold that. Mama's playing a game. How did you put it right here? There we go. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
It's like a pepper.
Yes, they like the feather. He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you notice, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded? You're dancing. This is why your arm hurts and is bleeding. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. I'm not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbake's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Which means Ginny didn't fire the gun in her hand, because that was the Winterbank gun. And if she did fire it, she certainly didn't fire it at the fucking storekeep. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a third gun. Which can only have been fired by the third intruder. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Doing it or... just have to put another... okay. As long as it's not like a big, like it was with that one, where it was a permanent thing. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it!
Okay, come on. Daddy's doing something right now. Little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. Let Daddy be while he does that. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see? This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Except she couldn't have shot the other guy because she only had the gun that shot you, fucko. The only thing you can say is she shot at you. And since she didn't actually kill you, and you were an intruder, she's probably fine. Are you suggesting... I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the port. It can't be.
It can't.
No, because the gun that shot the pawnbroker only held one bullet.
Yeah, we might have to call it.
Might need to take that Red Bull and put it under there. But I can leave a message tonight.
What I'm gonna say already.
Well, I'm just asking.
Until tomorrow night, or go by.
Okay.
Because I'm off Thursday, but I go on early tomorrow. Unless Unless you want them in here while I'm not here.
Yeah, we can go do that. No, it couldn't have been her. Because the bullet only held one gun. And we haven't found the other gun. She just fell down holding the one gun. It would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial, are we? Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. Oh my Jesus. Okay, so we don't have, let me just point out the facts here. We don't have a third gun. Nowhere near Gina. She was holding the gun that shot fuckface. And that gun, as was stated multiple times from Windibank, only held one bullet for which he could end his own life if he fucked up. So, if the one bullet from that gun is already fired, and that was the only gun around her and the only gun she was holding, she could not have killed Windibank. And there's no other gun, because most likely the perpetrator left with the gun. I'm almost curious how you're gonna play this. Alrighty, Ash. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. I hate you. Jelly, get out of there with that, or I am putting it away. If he's under the sink, he wants to be left alone.
It's done now.
Okay. Okay. So it's like, yeah, we'll keep an eye on it.
So much for me working out.
You can still work out.
No, I can't. You're gonna turn off the game soon.
So I'm gonna play another game though on the Switch. So even if
That's all I do in the bathroom is I keep getting
Okay.
extra rooms.
and I'm not gonna turn this off till I finish this fucking episode. It's driving me mental. It's not leg man.
Come in here. Give it.
Okay.
Come in. Down.
Give me a kiss. Go play your Switch. Cutie. Oh,
That's nice, sis.
that's a Switch right there. Wait, you said the man in the black coat. Why would you pick up the gun, buddy? But you couldn't have because she shut the door. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. You see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. No, she wasn't. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. But was it? Hold on. No, we had the coat, didn't we? I thought we had the coat. Maybe it didn't get put into the book, but I thought we looked at her coat earlier in the game. And I thought it was purple. I thought because it was this one because it had been what McGilded was wearing. So I thought it was covered in the purple blood. But did we not put it in the book? was pretty sure we had fucking done that earlier, but maybe we didn't put it in the book. That an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Doesn't look good, Bruno. But the color of the blood is what would matter. Just because you prove it's human blood doesn't prove it's the guy's blood. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat? If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. But it was purple, wasn't it? Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Yeah, it's purple. Because it's from the other murder. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. You could have just said that you've already tested it. And that it matches another one, because even though they're not taking it seriously, at least you're putting it out there that, yeah, the blood isn't a match. Wait, if someone can prove it's human blood in Germany, couldn't they also test the DNA of the blood? The defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Yes, my lord. The cross-examination. Of course, my lord. Don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now. I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scoring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He had already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. This is the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. I was wrong. The old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. That doesn't help me.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. The bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you? So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. That's not healthy for you. Disease? Infection? Open wound? Not good. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. It's a bullet wound. Even if it just grazed, you're supposed to get stitches. I didn't imagine it'd still be bleeding, dude. You're dumb. Wounds don't heal that fast. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I put my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered for the door out back. At which point, what did you do? This is where I wish it would let me pull, well, I can pull up evidence this way. But, this shows her. So there's this box in the back that you can see. The door is empty in this picture. In this picture, when he shut himself away, there's a box. So I'm assuming one of them has a gun that can open stuff. There was no peephole beforehand when she showed up. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, this door on the door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? But there wasn't. I looked through it myself that night. Yeah, that night, but when you went there before, it wasn't there. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there. They didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Oh, why would he be looking towards the door?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. This was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. I know! But is it not suspicious that this man is the one telling us about the gun and probably has the gun in his possession? Instead of leaving it at the crime scene? If she had actually shot him with this magic gun, would it not have been better for him to leave it at the crime scene than to pick it up and take it with him?
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Because this fucko took it. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGill had stabbed him 2 months ago. That's so annoying. If only they accept Hadley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Why would you pick it up if she tossed it? It's not like she tossed it and he caught it. His literal words are, she tossed it, so I leaned down and picked it up and took it the fuck with me because that's not suspicious. If you really wanted her to get blamed for the murder, wouldn't you have left the gun there? Unless you fired the gun and your fingerprints are over it because you were bleeding from your finger from earlier and you're a dumbass.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. Come on, Van Zeeks, even you have to know this sounds stupid. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Eggman, you're better than Sholmes, but you really need to shut it? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear-up to my lackeys and left. Clear-up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks there's our bloomin' mums sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What's happening? What is happening?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? Everything. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Telling me this D's a bit of an oogling, ain't he? What was going on just now? He saw him, he grabbed me with me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. No, not hurt, are you? Cora blindly, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. No, don't interrupt. I haven't got any evidence. Jelly, what are you doing? Not doing nothing. I know. Bloody hell, man, I know. Give the results of the test. Oh god. Blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. I have so many objections. I didn't finish. But there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Not me too. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. And a report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. The blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilden's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... You could! Whatever test they did to find out if it's human blood, they would have had to either scrape it off or wet something. I mean, we've not been doing... well, we guess we've been doing the case for a bit, but I don't think it would have been completely dried if it was that much blood from a gunshot. You used Mr. Schultz specifically formulated chemicals. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. It doesn't prove anything! How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim, but until you prove it's the victim, it is your job to prove that it's the victim's blood. Because I already have a way of disproving it, you just won't listen. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. It's not. Buddy, come on. No, not again. No, God Jesus. Am I gonna have to fucking listen to all these fucks again?
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
The man laid it on thick. He is. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you made at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't think we're gonna do this today because this shot's way too long. We've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Is this? Wait a minute, is this Sholmes? Is this Sholmes? Is this Sholmes? Is this Sholmes? I'm not gonna do an accent till I know. Is this Sholmes? This is definitely fucking Sholmes. The words he uses? It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruto, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice! Am I going mad? It is the man himself! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? I love it. I love it! I was gonna stop, but I guess we're not. What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. I cannot let your antics be the most annoying. I love him. He does dance later, by the way. Sholmes does dancing too. What errand? Haley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Seeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Crystal loves his dance. She did it on stream, his cute little dance. I just don't remember what it was, but I think it was really cute. Very well then, Counsel. You have 5 minutes. Hi! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright? I'm all wrong. What happened? Oh no, the scalpel! That's right! Oh no! Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, should I pass out? Oh no! Oh no! Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Ellie, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty. Surely not. I'm annoyed. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? Lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. Alright. Night, Ash! I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? the thing in the door! The thing in the door that I've been talking about for like every fucking stream that we played this game! Oh! It's the machine I made! That causes square holes in doors! Ow! Look, I use this. It's a nice invention. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. Oh! I've mentioned it so many times. And I'm mad that we haven't actually gotten to, like, mention it in the case. What? Didn't she say something like that? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? At night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves. Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then? Thought us use this cat flap him at the night, but why? To see into the sealed door because it was locked. That's why. You shut up. I don't want to hear you. I love you, but I don't want to hear you. So 5 minutes or over, and you shut up. Yeah? Okay. It's not Sholmes either. Eggman. Whew, those vicious teeth. Yeah, they rip through wood. And develop deadly weapons. I'm being unreasonable. That was really all. So these put on the hinges. This thing looks scary. You face it towards yourself. Terrifying. Nothing else, okay. Out of time already? I think Sholmes is about to pass out anyway, so it's probably fine. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruto? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Oh, fuck. I would like to do both of these. Save my ass. We obviously need a summation examination, but couldn't we first finish our cross-examination so that we have evidence? I want to do that. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. It's not!
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of the existing witnesses. What? The one I never got to fucking finish? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. He gave me that. That's why he interrupted at the time he did. So he could give me that. Instead of letting me finish. Didn't have any at the time, but now I have so much to finish. Nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I love his... Oh, it's a pain. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of those proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity. Oh no. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony, and but one piece of evidence. Oh god. I know which evidence! Do I know which statement? Well, I'm assuming it's the one where he said he looked through the peephole. I'm assuming that's it. Following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Nordo. High time I fell in a dead's faint. Oh, what? I leave this in your capable hands. Oh god. Oh, okay, buddy! Oh no! Oh, what he fell? Oh no! Is someone gonna check if he's okay? Charles! Okay, we're gonna stand because my hip's killing me, but hold on. Because I definitely know what I'm doing, and I don't want to lose what I'm doing. I can't. Okay. That should be good. And so instantly before the court in a state of high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Like a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you prepared? Yep. Got this. Gonna save just in case I don't got this. Down. Or ear. Well, it's definitely going to be the evidence that they just gave me, or they wouldn't have given to me. Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, resume the cross-examination. Okay, save. Save. In case I mess up. I'm going with my first instinct. Gotta be this one, the people one. I'm gonna look at your stuff real fast. Okay, let's just... We never even got to look at the gun, by the way. They never let me look at the gun. Maybe it was revenge. Yes, baby?
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh! It's my cat Flappermat, my lord. He makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. He can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. Don't interrupt me! Don't interrupt me! But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Let me explain! The doggy door. Well, they didn't have such things then, so the first thing they said was, the first thing they came up with was a cat flap. Because cats used to live outside. Perhaps if I would just help if I described its function in another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, you, your Japanese assistants, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together. Recently come to my attention. My assistant made use of this device at the time. We don't have a bowl in the bathroom because the sink's leaking. You're not just hungry. I can do right now until Daddy gets. Let me know if it gets worse and I'll knock on the door, okay? Peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. Ludicrous, what are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I witness the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, let me say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. Please be the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door. And until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
Objection!
The thought, so you're really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... I have photo evidence! Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Happened with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Like his arm. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant and is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, the peephole did not yet exist in the door... Okay, hold on. Sit down on the couch, baby. No possible possible way that you could have seen what you claimed to have seen? Short. Entire testimony. Pack of lies. I have proof though if you want it. I got it. Yes, there is. I have proof! None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. I have evidence! There's some cheap trick designed to discredit me. Nope, I have evidence. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut even through the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Let her show you. Go ahead, girl. Go crazy. I had a feeling you'd say that. Go ahead, girl. Maggie, Cooey. Who's Cooey? You have another cat? Or is it just another name for him? Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. It doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom nor at Windibanks was made by your machine. I have proof. I can, in fact, prove it! No, but it's easy. What? Cat flaps! My cat flap and that crate are all fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windibanks are an exact match. I have proof, though, to back her up. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. Now it is my one student's friend. Student friend! We're back to being student friend again! We've earned respect! You're lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. But yes, that's true. And you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. No! I have fucking physical evidence! For the sake of argument, let us assume that people has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. I have it! It's going to juvie and getting a harsher sentence than Eggman for that stunt, right? You're gonna get in trouble. I got it! No, don't! I have evidence! Leave it, let me do it! Very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incidents using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to that fact. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, I can! Let me do it! None of that. None of that is happening. Let me prove it! I have the evidence! My learned friend claims amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation, except I can prove it! Oh no! Yep, me in court! No, I don't. I call it me standing up because my hip hurts, Jumpy. Got the evidence! Let me use it! I've got this! Get the fuck up, Runosuke. We have this. I have been saying this for like the last 3 streams of this game. That door picture was weird. Don't call it stand up. Hey, you didn't actually use any points. I stood up on my own because my hip hurts. So, we have evidence. Come on. Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. It's evidence. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door to Windibank's room was created after the event and not... Okay, so do I use the picture with the peephole or without it? I'm gonna save, but I feel like you would use the one without it. But hi, Scaly, by the way. Oh, excited about finishing this case, man. I've got this. Case has taken way longer than I planned to play today. This is 1 a.m. We would have to need both, but I'm gonna start with this one.
Take that!
It got quiet, which is a good sign. What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Suzato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt. She would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. Necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storm door in the background, with no hole in it! Quite remarkable, the door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Witness testimony is entirely fallacious. Now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. Yes, she did. But more importantly, there's more. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. That is no proof this man is the victim's killer, except he took the fucking gun! Why would he do that? Don't start laughing. Yes, that's right. What is going on? Yeah, how about you go lay down in bed and rest, baby? I was there at the scene. It's true. Shot in the arm. It's true. That's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim. Except he has the gun that we got. Yep.
But
I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Chris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. That's fine. We can get her a new one. Is that right, Bruno? As Haley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, lies you told made no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony feels that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. He shouldn't have known that he was shot in the back if he couldn't see through the door.
Objection!
Don't objection me. I'm on a roll, leave me alone. Provocative thought council. Excuse me? You have to use that phrasing? Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. To show that Mr. Grayson had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the third gun! Wait, or was it the coat with the blood?
Objection!
It might have been the blood. I'm sorry. I got too excited. I've studied English hard since I was a child. I mean, doesn't that make it suspicious in the first place? Tell me when you're done, you don't just run out, okay? Okay. Coming. Bye.
She's making sure she has a diaper in. She tries to get herself dressed before she leaves the bathroom now. Okay, so apparently two guys walk into a bar,
What are you doing?
and the third one ducks.
Everything I ever wanted? Of course it is. Of course it is. Right? What it is this time. Bloodstains. Bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrange's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you have possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Yeah, fucko.
They're spying on looking for people.
Except there wasn't one until after the murder. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
Not
Not making any sense. Now let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon,
It's awesome.
that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? Well, obviously You don't know, huh? I don't care. I'm not doing a routine, so it doesn't matter. Cat got your tongue, Whitney. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. At that time, the police had been at Window-Base constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, did you tell him? Needs more. This is chock full of pond.
That looks like a
thoroughly
phone.
examined them all. I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shift so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. The fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Yeah,
No more.
the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. I wonder if is that possible.
There's nothing in there you need. You got.
Can I have a word, please, Lord Vanseeks? Speak, Inspector. Just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. Really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same for you, permission denied. Oh. Not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Yes, I did. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. Shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. It can only mean you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, the defense believes the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony.
Don't be talking about me.
Yeah, apparently I'm not good at it, but I never plan to do stand-up. Standing because my hip hurts!
Okay, so if you ever want stand up, I got so many stories about when I was stripping and all the rest of the stuff when I was a manager of Walgreens.
Clue, yeah, there's really only one person it could be. Gregson, right?
Yeah, what she said.
Who was this person in question, Counsel?
So I have situational stand up that like. Excuse me.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
But better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact, you have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Much as I have, that is concerned.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. You're suggesting that until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Well then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was at the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information. They were whispering! Like, an hour ago! commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? God, the aggressive way he eats chips. Calm down. Summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. A number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess, when they were whispering to each other.
And wait.
Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred except they were whispering, bro. Oh, don't og me. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh, yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGillicuddy's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. We're whispering to each other! Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. Little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, he wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps... second disc. It was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. A deal, Counsel. The second disc!
Wouldn't do it for no gain.
So you were going to stop. Shut up. Sholmes showed up and my energy went through the roof, okay? He did pass out because he has a scalpel in his stomach and I'm worried about him, but he did show up. I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Yes, I think we can blame that person for your hip. Sholmes, yeah. I also really, this case has gone on for like 4 streams. Oh, he was shot. Because he didn't think it would bleed after 2 doctors. It's by a bullet, you don't think it's gonna keep bleeding? Sure, I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of maleficence. Why?
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nibali student's speciality. Shut up, bro. You don't do that. I have reason. With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support to this diabolical claim. Evidence. Are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? Yo. Oh, we don't have any... I mean, the music box would be enough evidence. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. The missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. The missing thing. Press you for an answer. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal? Okay. I'm guessing it has to be the music box that we would press because we don't have the disc. But it would have to be the disc. It would have to be the music box. Now the question is, do I press the music box disc? Do I press the...
Take that!
like Skyrim? Did it yesterday.
What is the fan?
Yes, I'm playing it only because he asked me to. So, yes. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important... now,
Someone take those
sunshine?
french fries away from me.
Is it possible this other top secret case was alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited in banks by Magnus McGilded. Special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It seemed very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing these secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. Oh, the french fries went everywhere. Bro, who has to clean this poor courtroom? Day of the incident. When we met you at Windibanks, you said this. Oh, you found it! Good job. She's adorable, I love her. We're defending her, we're trying to make sure she doesn't die. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? And Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets? My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court.
It's supposed to be
I know. Who objected so heavily, I presume. Can he get in trouble for that if he was informed by the government he can't talk about it? Because technically he was doing it on the government's orders, not on his
So
own.
how do you fucking...
Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. The Quentin Tarantino. What does the QT mean? It doesn't mean quiet time, does it? That's a weird one. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. You aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of that people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
It's all cats.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns to be founded in truth, it would mean the second disc is as we speak, here, in this very courtroom. I could have told you that, buddy. Make him dump his pockets out. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Why are you arguing? Why are you arguing when he's helping us? Stop arguing, Ryunosuke! Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. That's supposed to mean. And as a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Defense demands the inspector is searched at once. Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other while Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand once. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Inspector? Yes, the young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, it will put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement. I'll happily submit to a body search.
You can empty your pockets, dude.
presume
Which
you're
means he
aware.
already handed it off.
Or it never actually got passed over. We should check everyone on the stand. He was strangling one of the kids, or one of the Vulcans earlier. Could have stuck it on him. We've made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, if we deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end. The country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. It sounds serious.
Okay. It's too overly dramatic for this bullshit.
To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force, maybe you shouldn't let fucking student lawyers from other countries work on your fucking law force. I'm sorry. It's gonna be that big of a fucking deal. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. You tell him, Iris! The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
What was it about to say?
Because I'm pretty sure it was the guy next to him.
Sure, someone else.
That's what I'm gonna say. I want to say it first in case I'm an idiot. That happens. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Don't say you weren't warned. Wait. Typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water.
That's right, your stubborn nipples will get you in a lot of
Perhaps
trouble.
the lesson will do you some good.
Stubborn nipples will get you in trouble.
Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Wait.
Except for your stubborn nipples. You didn't listen? Need to move on with you.
Pick a spot, either on the couch or in the bedroom. You can even have my chair.
Chair behind me is flying too.
Do you want my chair? I'm not using my chair right now, so if you want it, go ahead. You did. It's gone now. Maybe it was that.
Objection!
Wait. Defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson. What? No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. Assuming it's this guy because he strangled him earlier. Being completely irrational. Huh? Who just spoke? Oh my god, did he get back up again? Oh no, she did it! Bruno is doing what all of you told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. This 8-year-old girl is murking all of you, and I'm so for it. Because that's the British way. That's your niece. You don't know it yet, but that's your niece, by the way. Just got fucking murked by an 8-year-old. Well said, young lady. I don't know why she's along in the courtroom with me, but I'm not arguing it. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. What? No, don't be hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in the court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Oh my god, this is so long.
Eric, this one has gone on way longer than the other cases. Like, Jesus. I get it's the end of the game, though. Which might be why it's so long. Because they teach you new things.
Hang on to your tablet, baby.
Yeah, hold on to it. They taught you new things, each one. Everything you've learned, but they don't reiterate it.
Take that!
Or Mr. Nash Skulkin. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Oh yeah? That means I'm right? You're freaking out, it means I'm correct? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Whatever, I wanted to be molested first.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Tell him! Only mine do. And Benzeek's.
Then object, you prissy bitch.
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Benzeek's, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Down if you're gonna play your game. No, Daddy's working out. What do you need?
I'm not gonna watch your video, baby.
No,
I put it on the
you watch it.
Not until you start using words.
Are they searching you? Now put them together in the music box. Other music box. You thought you were clever, but you had no reason to strangle him earlier. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGill. It's not Inspector Ferguson. Put it down. In the chair properly, please. Want to do that kind of stuff? You can just sit on the couch.
You should over here next to me. Not that I don't want to watch movies with you, I just have to work. I need muscle so I can pick you up and...
The alleged dealer was stripped between the witness. This detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc? The inspector traded for information. Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for brief. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? He strangled a man! It was... yes. Do you take notes of all this, and I've not seen you write anything? During the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. That. Putting it in his pocket. I know. Exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. Looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig, he hid it? Well, that's a phrase he hasn't ever said. You? But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence, except he wasn't supposed to. It would appear, my lord, the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. I want this to finish! Here's what cute. Hush hush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, that the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? Operating under direct orders from the Ministry. Afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. Get some trouble around, though? Well, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ian? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin to get close enough to him. Slipped the second disc into his pocket. It was all a pretense. He brought it first, and he took it from him in court.
They knew that they were going.
No, they didn't discuss it until they got to court.
Then beyond them, they should be hiding it.
I know, but they didn't discuss it. He needed the disc for government secret reasons, and he needed not to be seen guilty of murder. Now, Inspector Gregson, you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? I don't like when you admit to it. Yours truly, please. Can you please just say you killed the person so we can move the fuck on? Clearly, our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
There isn't, though, fairly enough. But, then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What?
Lying and I'm a pervert.
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. That is all I admit. But you also have the gun. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective? All of this is the young Eastern fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... Gosh. He is a student and not actually a lawyer. I'll give him that. Okay.
Fucking damn again. I'll be out.
I don't play it very often. I only played it tonight because we were so late. What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, Scotland Yard Inspector, clear this end, nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice.
You can watch something else.
So, members of the public of this fine country. What? I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. I just heard for real. Oh, did you? Quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary ultralists. Including of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury to their final leanings. Wait, can we play the disc? You can't blame Gina when there's no actual proof. Come on. With your feet, baby. Going to be found guilty. She can't be, just because they can't admit it. There is no actual proof of any murder happening now. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windabank or stole his government secrets. We have the disc! Can't we just play the disc? Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare the final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence that you have thus far not presented to the... I mean, I have a piece of evidence that in no way applies to this trial. I have have the Hound of the Baskerville in my fucking inventory. I don't see how that would apply. But it's the only piece of evidence. Sholmes locked it away because it holds something. Couldn't publish it. Sholmes knows something. There's no choice then, Nuno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. That's it now. It all comes down to this. Gregson? I would assume Gregson, because it has to do with the manuscript. Then it would have to do with him. Maybe his part in the book would make him feel bad because he respects Chris and like notes on her. That she'll continue to write stories about him. Gregson. Dr. Gregson. There's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. And it's gotta be the manuscript, but it's so weird. If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witnesses here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Go on. Of course, this piece of evidence. It's in the inventory and I haven't used it.
Inspector? Inspector? These nuts.
What on earth is this, Counsel? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Well, or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Ugh. Nope, that wasn't it. Okay.
Early bedtime.
That was the only thing I haven't used. Hold on.
Now.
Not the manuscript. Leave Bear alone when he's under there. I will put it away until tomorrow. Not the man. Something that has to prove that they don't. Disc? No? Yeah, we're trying to prove that Grayson gave the disc to Gregson. That's what we're trying to prove. Well, they didn't even put the second disc in! I can't even look at it. First one, but the other just didn't have any markings on it.
Well, how do you...
They would have to submit it as evidence. It hasn't been submitted as evidence. I can't. It has to be done via the games. Not submitted as evidence. It's not part of this part of the game. Maybe it's not Gregson. Maybe I need to show the other guy the bullet. It'll be his bullet. No, it wouldn't be it. Vulcan Brothers gun. Not the bullet. There's every chick. You tell me I can't use this though. Not real science. he struck the... You proved that he struck the deal on the stake. What did these chemicals do? Maybe you're right. These do. Homemade potions. You were right. They're fingerprint potions. I didn't know
They
that
use
they were.
the green and pink and the whatever to use the fingerprints. And if he's got him on the disc,
Okay.
I thought it was paper.
No, I don't have the disc, but maybe I can convince them to do this.
Take that!
What on earth is this, Council? Irrefutable proof, my lord. Is it? Nope. Okay, it's not that either. I can't use that. What do I do with it? Not that, but that's probably gonna get used. Google it because I don't have the patience. Everything else makes sense. You get to like these. Pick them up. They always do this at like the end, and I don't understand. They make it way more complicated than anything else. And not obvious. We'll walk through. Please, I need this. Doesn't even have this in it. Oh, it's under a different name. That's annoying. Box? Wait, it doesn't say. I hate that they don't actually list it, they just do bullet points. It's the music box again. I didn't think we used the same evidence twice. Because it was like we talked about using an evidence you haven't used. Evidence. It is about the music disc though, but about the stupid box that I've already presented once.
Take that!
Yes, it is. Discs. Yes, with a disc already play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to produced by the music box again. The other disc. Only this time. Don't tell me it was a piece of evidence I haven't done, because I take things very literal. Second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council.
Hold it!
You're gonna tell a judge he can't do anything? Good luck. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed. The sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. You know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Well, maybe you should just admit the truth then, huh, buddy? And do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? Oh, you're mad. You let that secret information out into the public domain. You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you're determined to do your duty. By fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. There. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. What a show, guys! I thought he was gonna say something, but he really was just like, oh, this is interesting.
He's that give comment of things where he's sitting there eating popcorn.
Basically, my lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
The leg! I missed that! The leg! There it is! At the last moment! God! This is my favorite character, guys. Could you tell? Oh, I do like Cosmo, but he died, so no, move on. That was the beginning of the game. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. Uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Well, they said disc only fit in a certain way. Can't put other discs. Is that what Morse code actually sounds like?
No.
Okay, I've only heard the.
Oh wait, no.
Yeah. I've just never actually, like. I guess on a music box it would be harder to do that. Got musical notes. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? To reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector. Did. Stop, what are you doing, man? You're gonna go to jail for murder, bitch! All exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. Oh, I'm not a lawyer, but thank you. Trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! want that information to become public knowledge under any circumstances, but accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The hole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Hector, yeah, you were gonna have a girl that's probably like only 15 or 16 hung to get fucking confidential
What?
secrets?
Bull.
You still revealed those details. Perjury. But then it turned out the people the night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what did you have to say for yourself? There's nothing? No one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely, this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. You perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winbank. Oh god, he broke his cane. Oh my god! Please don't let him kill the inspector. I do like him. Events happened. That's it then. It's all over. Dots, please. I despise my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, son of a penniless artisan. Oh, this is the bad guy. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had, never spent on me. So I set about studying, better myself, to one day escape from that. Eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decide to try to sell government secrets. Why?
You're going in the right way, but you fucked up.
Right? And you murdered someone. Obvious? Because I wanted money? Why? God.
I did nothing, she's lying.
Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me up in the small hours. Oh, my parents were so poor they couldn't buy me shit, so instead of, understanding that, I'm gonna whine. Money in my life.
Isn't working for it. I'm gonna do an easy thing and
Right? I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. One day, I met him. Agnes McGilden. He was from the last case. He was who he's selling the secrets to. Gilden Ministries telegraphic message. Buy them for direction of the ministry's communication office. It was a task. How easy it is to succumb. I really have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. Well, they have the music box on both ends, so that... Oh, there was a brickmaker. Mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. That's right. Very skilled with his hands. And a music box maker. Imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, too. And that got your dad murdered, by the way. It's the first time I've seen him since I left the slum. Poverty had never broken him, or corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. Up a story. Good for you, Father. I need some music box disc made. Music box? A friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. Bought the score with me. There are two, actually. I did, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this then. Touch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. No, Dad was just trying to make a normal living, you know, living with his hobbies, doing the best he could. He got him murdered. That's how I had him make the two. Thereby taking considerable precautions indeed. Protect myself as much as anything. I could deal with separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing. I exchanged them with McGill. You can't, baby, just... He's upset, sometimes you just gotta lay down. Hey, throwing up doesn't always help, baby. Nothing that can make you do. Hey. Oh. If you're not feeling well. Yeah, that's the only thing you can do, babe. Mom's done, okay? Told the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with it. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. But why was it that your father, Mr. dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200. I said 10, and I think he's mentioned he did the music box first, I think, and then the discs. Father for his troubles. Father realized something was amiss. Fine, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. Diddy said to me, next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. That was my father's way of dealing with it. I went to the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. I had no idea it was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. Never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him. Never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore in my father's name. To exact revenge. revenge. He wasn't going to steal the state secrets, he's gonna get them back. Anyone with even the remotest knowledge would not be able to imagine. Gilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways. Crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. We barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. You got him killed! McGilded was lit on fire in the care after his trial. He deserved, because he was a dick. I'm willing to pay the price. There are people in this. You're admitting not only murder and espionage. Right? But also hiring a trained killer to kill for you. Which is another count of murder. Gilded himself has shown me that. Saying that, I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. Huh. Justice that monster deserved. Tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago. Planned and executed by yours truly. Oh, so you didn't even... did it yourself? Well, you're just admitting to even worse things. Dig the hole deeper, it's fine. They said it earlier, they hanged. Yeah, they said they hang him for, whose case was it? Yes. No, outside, baby. I'll make you work. You know, when we're done, okay? Not feeling up to it. Daddy already checked it earlier. They said earlier that Ethan likes stealing. Back in Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, but
Oh, no, that's when it was Rick.
yeah. Said earlier, like, he had another case where he's like, I have this kid. Cash if you want. The policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, imposter. Hired by me. Could hire people. McGill used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. The omnibus was doused in paraffin by sham politicians. Policemen, I don't want to say politicians. Policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. So you did hire someone. My shoulder's actually feeling alright, actually. Got big... my hip. How it is every night. Doesn't like standing, doesn't like sitting. 9. That's how I avenged my father's death. So what about the rest of it? I can forgive you for murdering your father's killer. That's fine. Fine shilling account indeed, but you murdered Mr. Windibank, who was protecting his shop. Really? Who's this? Oh, hi, Kitty! Oh, my leg's fine. He didn't really call me that much. I literally...
Whoever did that is not funny.
It is funny. Kitty has the perfect timing when she does this. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm just working out.
It is
right
so
on the-
long.
yeah.
It's only 16 seconds, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I keep popping up in like the corner of the screen like, what's that?
Listen, Brute, I come here randomly. Oh, hi. Hi, Kitty. You keep burping. Not bad, it's just weird. Ah, it's blood. He was shot. Gives you the feeding cat as soon as I'm done with it. My best. Gina didn't do anything. We can't, babe. He was so nice sometimes.
Oh.
Trust me. Especially cold? Cold liquids on your body? She didn't know. Well, she did no. Windibird shot at him. The shopkeeper shot at him. He picked up the gun after the shopkeeper had fallen down. It was already empty when Gina got to it.
sick. Stop being happy. Stop it.
No, stop posting. No, it's fine. I said it that way for a reason.
Stop it. You're not. You can't be happy. You're sick. Dad. Who's that? Oh.
Yeah, her clip only caught the end of it, so it actually didn't catch the whole thing.
Now feed down. Rude.
This guy talks forever. Can we just get to the point? Yeah.
Messing up my hair. Now.
Inspector, you've recovered fast. I mean, we've been talking for a while. Let's sit back down. This is going on longer than I thought it would be. Ah. Again, the best thing for you is to lay down or sit down right now. That's what I was saying, even just this, even non-caffeine. That what? Plus, my mom would make me do it.
To get her own trouble.
No, I'm just saying anything that would. He clearly wants to. It doesn't always work though, baby. It doesn't always, trust me. Who knows? Okay. Where the heating pad is. I know.
Well, we can wrap it in a blanket or a cloth.
Yeah. Just to help you feel better.
No, I mean, I'm gonna wrap the...
Oh yeah, which Kim Harrison book? Because they are all connected, so good luck with that. He picked up one of the books from author I read. Dying. Shopkeeper shot him. The only one I didn't like? That doesn't say anything. Wait, I like all of Kim Harrison's. I like all of Kim Harrison's. I don't have any that I don't like. Okay, my little turtle. Not back, he's admitting it now. Happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less. Fortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. Want you to know how it feels? Well, I don't have any that I don't like. Imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. Terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. Everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night.
Just do it.
Sitting in the
Chocolate?
bowl. She said she wants to lay on a... You mean you want the... eating pad? Huh. Almost... I'm almost done, okay? We'll do that. And who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder.
This thing keeps going.
I know, I'm trying. Tragic irony. What you have done is exactly the same. We won't let Daddy finish, okay? You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. You both tried to pin it on a poor girl. Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. You're telling me? This is like the third stream for this. My voice hurts, by the way. I meant it to be like a 2-hour stream. It's been 5 hours. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with murder of Mr. Windibank, stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself, even though he was told by the government he had to do it. How does that shit work? My lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. Crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Can we just mark her innocent and move on?
They're gonna start talking, then you're gonna hear, hold it!
Right, I will lose
Turn
it.
off.
BRB, okay, kidding.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it, thanks. Finally is the word. I wasn't really sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. You did do perjury. Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. She was coerced and threatened. Does that count for anything? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilt's property, it seems. You have done nothing of the sort. Of course not. Not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilt's coat in your cell yesterday or nothing. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Turning our attention to the defense. Oh yeah, we technically did something illegal too. Determining that when played together, the music boxes contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Council. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. Were you? I don't think she's feeling that sick. I don't want another 10-hour trial, I can't. Propose a toast. I'll take your toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah, right.
I'm sorry.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I can get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done.
Well, stand up. You're on the ground, you dork.
If I may say something on that point.
And stand up.
Isn't that... No, it's her. It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder. That was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying? It didn't sound like it. Oh well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. Off, baby. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government's communication. We know Megilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. They're going to bother me.
That is not an argument, dude.
He didn't. That's his thought bubbles, thankfully.
I'm aware of that.
Miss Lestrade? Yeah, me lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, grim catalogue of depravity. Appalling experience to befall any child, because she is still a child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. Beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Nina. Could help. But look, I reckon I worked something out today. He's so flexible. It hasn't yet. When I was in like kindergarten, I couldn't do shit like that. Not just that, but I wonder if she's got. Fucking had another heart attack, Jumpy!
Why does that get you? That's not even loud.
It's not, it's just that it comes out of nowhere. I don't know why it gets to me. It's just because I'm so focused and then I hear this noise that doesn't fit in with the game. God, Jesus. You've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. Can we please be done? I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windabank, proprietor of a pawnbroking business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yeah, I'd rather a shirt too, because I'm made of different materials, baby. Pretty good. Oh god, you guys let her have a fucking cannon in here. That is all. Court is adjourned. Good, cause me through. But I'm sure they're gonna have more fucking conversation. Hello, we are facing each other in a very empty courtroom. What is happening? This is new. We've never done this with him. Personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! 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 We're up 2 ranks! Pretty sure fireworks cause more destruction than the doggy door. Probably. We are a Far Eastern friend now. Take it. Ah. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within the Englishman.
Your stubborn nipples worked out today.
And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client.
It won't work.
You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it.
Speaking of cure,
Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. I'm back. Welcome back, Kitty. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. I knew it! Yay! You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, you reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
last time she got like this?
Allergic to. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? His brother was killed, right? Now you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer. Whether you like it or not. Thank you for that threat. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. A very gay conversation, what's happening? Why can't we do this at the end of every case? Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. I mean, this was the ending of the first game.
Once again, stubborn nipples.
Put that leg up. Oh, he did! You missed it! He did put the leg up earlier. It was good. He did put the leg. Once. Okay. Is that helping, Jelly? I'm sorry. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina! I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Yeah, he put that leg up. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Noah Otto.
But you can sit over here, that's fine.
Yeah, Mommy's right here, baby. Poor monkey. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? There we go. Is that helping? There we go. Hold on, guys. I think it's the cheese too. I got you. No, it's Pony Trunk's the kitchen. I think it's the cheese. Pasta and stuff. I know, Mama doesn't like it either. Loves cheese. Sometimes cheese is not good for us. Not if it makes you sick. Oh god. I couldn't hear it really, but thank you for the raid. Open? No, it opens right here, baby. We're not. No, I'm not opening it from the wider part. Okay.
I can't open it.
The juice? Okay. Have a little bit, because you're just thick.
You're doing it.
Just a little. Okay, let me just sip. I don't thick again. Don't. You go. Finish this. Second raid of the stream! Whoa! I promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. Figured something out today. Told me life, growing up in the slums. I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Ugh. Well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. He's given it a couple times now. Asima. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? God, what now? Oh, hello, hey! But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice! It's too late for that, the voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity! Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. You did this last case too, buddy. You people! With your incessant babbling! Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see? You okay, by the way? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again, oh god. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was attending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. Hey, boop girl. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts just vastly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I helped you in some way, Mr. Strahd? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. No. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Schultz? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-ardent? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilton, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yes? Yeah, just leave it be. You're fine, baby. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah. Him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. I would have got the wrong idea of the stick. There are some covers like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hand and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGills of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pyramid, utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You had the judge's pad. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk sort of stuff. What was in a lug? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them like me in the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Laughter. What is it? Crying again. Nothing. Good luck. Otto. Why? Ugh. What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strahd. On occasions such as this... Wifey, baby girl. I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Aw. Yes? Then go lay down, I'll be right there. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable Pickthus. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have showed it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo, Hallie? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first, Jelly. Too loud. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in great comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. We head to the station immediately. We may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Nardo? Mr. Sholmes? I'll be right back. Okay. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier to make arrangements for a special express. But hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport director Fobles.
Is that thing not over yet?
No, it's not over yet. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Don't encourage him. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. It's still going, guys. That took somewhat longer than I'd anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Susato, where are you? Oh, there she is. Just sit. Were you standing reading a book the whole time? Just set up the second game. I know. Hey, Susato, wait. What are you doing? Mr. Nardo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. Teleported, she did. Wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. I was saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean? Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Bruno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages! On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat and put it up my sleeve. Really? Then I rather forgot about it. What kind of sleeves do you have that you forgot about that? Until I found myself in Mr. Winterbake's shop with it later that night. Then... After Mr. Nardo left the shop, I started to think the door started to play on my mind. Burn door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind the door. At the moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. Use the cat flap mat to make the peephole in the door. Captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hallie's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. When I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilden, thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. A terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing, worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to happen behind the door of a locked room. For someone to have claimed falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole that I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? Trap? You did it? So was that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. So I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene, so Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed. Not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. With your kind words, Mr. Nordo, saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. The revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruto. I'm trying to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Ooh, you should definitely make brownies. There was a communication officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. Expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. Cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? So... What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny! Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Wait. Kazuma? Does that word mean something to you? Means something. Sogi was the name of my best friend. But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought that message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it to their own languages. Don't believe it, are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? You mean to say that... Good job! Shh! No jumping. Baby, people are sleeping, remember?
Let me talk.
Well, then stop jumping and listen to me. Okay?
Listen to me.
Okay, tell me now. That's good. Did you brush your teeth? Go do that. More jumping, okay? You mean to see in the Japanese Morse code the message says Asagi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, here, show me the message, please. Of course. But what does this possibly mean? There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. The British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communication. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asagi, Kazuma. Kazuma Asagi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Shin. I don't recognize that name. Third is T. Gurgrusen. Gregson? Oh, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. It's so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. John H. Wilson? I mean, Daddy? Yes. Yeah, but it's supposed to be Holmes's partner. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names, half of which dead. It appeared that this particular message, a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Runo come from. We haven't told her that he's dead. It means he's going to be in the sequel. Oh well. No. Not very likely, really, is it? Are we gonna tell her dad's dead right now? Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yuma University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. So strange, somehow. In solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Just to go see her dad. Here, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. I'll change into a large passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? Wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. So much. I wish all of you the very best. You go ask Dad, because you just got sick, so you can go ask Dad about that one. I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me, support me, because you're your best girlfriend. Naruto, please, back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah, oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruto? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buro, where I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Oh no! Sato. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No. I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Yeah, let's go get to be tired. I'm almost done, hopefully. Got an actual cutscene, so.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. On the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate
I do like the way
led
he
me
says his
on
name.
this journey.
He always says it a little bit different with an accent compared to how I say it.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer.
Oh
traveling
no,
halfway
yeah.
around the world, to meeting the great detective.
She's so pretty in cutscenes.
I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
No running. You need to start walking.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes
Okay.
around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh my god, it's not over? Oh yes, Mr. Naruto. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we never would have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Oh my god! Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Okay, both of you. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly. Any words you'd like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say... Objection! Yeah, you did. You forgot you ordered them? My chance for what? Oh. No, I have to finish both games. This isn't the whole collection, Jumpy. The collection has both games, so I have to finish both because they came together and they're part of the same storyline. So I have to wait. Gotta wait until I finish the whole thing. This is just the first half. They aren't fresh. No, there's too many questions left unanswered. This maybe consider playing it tomorrow. But they're connected, they're the same plot line, which is why they're in the collection. They have the same story. Like, the story goes from the first game to the second game's ending. Because I'm not going to put this on my list as finished until I do both. Me too. I mean, surely, right? Absolutely, we'll probably try to finish this year. I'm gonna let this play out while I clean something. Oh yeah, well this wasn't going to ever make that list because this was not a brand new game. I only put them on the list if they're brand new.
It sucks.
And this wasn't a brand new game, so it won't be on the list anyway. I mean, Dragon's Dogma won't be on the list either. Daddy says no, we don't do it,
I
baby.
didn't say no.
I told her to ask you. It's up to your discretion on this one. No, I said ask Daddy first.
Are you ready to go to sleep soon? Because we need to go night-night, because Daddy has a really... Press over. That's right, get your ass over here.
She skips away.
Excuse me?
Stop running.
That's how you last. You don't tell me to take it. You ask me, will you open it? That's how we last. See? That's it, you have. See, you got the... That's what you do.
2 more days until what? Oh, yeah. 3 more days, technically. till I have to upload the physical copy of my book because it doesn't let me pre-order that. Digital set for pre-order. I'm still gonna do it the morning of. So. Just because I don't want it to maybe not take that much time that time and then accidentally.
You're sleeping. I tell you, Daddy.
Oh, okay. What's happening?
What she did?
Okay, what is this? Oh, Bandiri does Usagi? That's very little that they do voice acting, but I do love it.
I
Hi,
know the
Fran.
name Will Hartley and obviously.
I'm sure they were one of these people or something. They didn't have very many lines, but like everyone has a little bit of lines. Just as long as the goddamn game.
Oh, you dumb scout.
Oh, Sholmes. I didn't realize he was wearing traditional Japanese shoes with his suit. That's so funny. And Sholmes is here for the ride. Hey, no running, okay? Have you had to see a character model for him yet? There he is. What?
Drew Mac in this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or what I didn't.
Yep. I mean, that's what came back up, so. Don't fire at us, Tina, please don't. What?
Did you change the game?
She might have. Oh, she wanted Spyro, sweetie.
You do respond.
You can change it back if you want.
Yeah. You
Quiet feet, dude. You gotta stop running. Oh, this is cute.
Mario Party will call.
Okay, so you just go there to do that. Okay, hold on. I'm still doing something. I know, and I'm saying hold on. Alright. No. But I will continue whenever we get back to this. But stop jumping. Dude, seriously.
That's it. Let Mom finish the video.
See you tomorrow with Dragon's Dogma. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Take care.